Hello. Welcome to Sunday Sprints. I'm actually very nervous for today's sprints. I don't know why, but I've been up for a couple of hours now. I started a load of laundry. I've been doing some other things, trying to distract myself, but every hour that got closer to sprints, I was like, another hour down. We're so close. But yeah, I'm out of practice. I don't know how to do this. Literally only skipping 1 week throws me off so heavily, but I've also just been, you know, out of life for the past week and less than a half, I guess, because I started feeling sick last Thursday, but I was still at work. It was just a sore throat. And then Thursday night is when I got the chills and things just started going downhill fast. And I didn't go to work on Friday. I did not go to work at all last week, but thank God I went to the doctor's office and I do have a doctor's note. So they can't fire me. But also, I don't think they would have wanted me to go to work being positive for COVID. But anyway, so I thought it was the flu at first, and it very well could have been the flu. And then that transitioned into COVID. I don't know how it works. But apparently, I've heard from my doctor that you can have both at the same exact time. You can have the flu and COVID at the same exact time. So maybe, but I don't know. But anyways, so I tested again yesterday, and I'm officially negative. Love that. But I did give it to my mom. So that's not good. But she is fine. She's just coughing, but other than that, she's fine. She's chilling. She's just kind of annoyed that she has to, be quarantined. It's more annoying for her than it was for me, where I was literally knocking on death's door felt forever. And that's why I didn't get to read. I watched one season of a show and that's pretty much it. When I could have gotten my watch list down. Some people, when they're sick, they take it as an opportunity to do all of the things they can't do normally when life is to be lived. You just actually rot in bed and you read a bunch, or you just do a bunch of mindless stuff. I didn't even do any puzzles or anything. I mean, I did my diamond painting yesterday and the day before, but before that, no. I was just in bed sleeping day in and day out. It was bad. But I was watching some podcasts and stuff, so that's pretty much all I did. But I did watch a show. If anyone cares, I'm just gonna rant for a second. But I watched a show last weekend, the first weekend where it hit. I think it was Friday night into Saturday, whatever, does not matter. I watched The Artful Dodger, that's on Hulu. And that show, it took a second for it to hook me. Because at first I was like, what is this? This is so weird. But by the end of it, I was rooting for the main characters. It's such an odd show. And I didn't even I didn't even know what the show was about, right? And they have Oliver Twist in it, and then obviously Dodger. I didn't know the lore. So when I was telling my mom about this show, she was like, "Oh, it's based on blah blah blah." And I'm like, "Okay, well, I think their love story is so cute. I don't care about all of the stealing and pickpocketing. I'm here for their romance between Belle and Dodger, you know?" But yeah, if you haven't watched that show, I definitely recommend it. It'll take a little bit for you to get somewhat invested, maybe. And it's only one season, 8 episodes, I think. But I hope it comes back for season 2 because that cliffhanger really just threw me for a loop. But anyways, so enough about that. How are you all doing today? What are you going to be reading today? I still have a little bit of a cough, so sorry. I might mute myself a couple of times when I'm talking if it, like, happens really bad, but yeah, still kinda stuffed up also, so sorry if you can hear that. Um, but I did wake up a couple of hours ago, so I am already started on my laundry, and I'm gonna be washing, like, literally everything in my sick room, okay? So, I have to wash, like, all my bedding, I have to wash literally every piece of clothing that I put on, and all my blankets and all that, so I'm gonna be doing laundry pretty much all day. But I am also going to be reading for, as you can see up on the screen that I already let me give myself a pat on the back for being ahead of the game. I think I'm, like, on page 60 or 70 of this. I'm not reading the physical copy because why would you when you have the Kindle version? So, I've been reading on my Kindle. Um, so far, it's not that good. Like, I'm not really liking it that much, but I'm not that far in. Okay, I'm on chapter 10, page 70, and it's not that long, but whatever. I started it when I was still, like, pretty sick, so hopefully I can get more through that today. But I also kinda wanna listen to an audiobook because of me doing my diamond painting yesterday. I got this, like, rekindling the fire in my heart to do another one. So I kinda wanna listen to an audiobook at some point also and work on a diamond painting. We shall see. I don't really know what I wanna listen to. It's just weird. I haven't read for an entire week, and I just feel like I'm so behind. But, like, what am I behind on? What like, I'm behind the not the status. I'm behind the goals that I set for myself, but, like, nobody else expects me to do that, you know what I mean? Anyways, hello, I'll be rereading Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies before diving into the sequel. Did it just come out? The sequel? Well, apparently you really liked the first one enough to reread it, so I hope you like it just as much the second time around. I am. I'm feeling very much like myself now, besides being still a little stuffy and still coughing, but I feel much better, thank you. Hello, Jessica. Hello, good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning, Roger. Glad to see you're feeling better. Me too. OMG, you're reading 4. I can't wait to hear what you think. So far, subpar. So far, subpar. I kind of like that. I don't know. Just the writing. I get that it's co-authored, so I don't know who writes what. But so far, I'm like, okay, first of all, why are we only getting one perspective? I hate that. Especially in reverse harems. Like, give me every single person's perspective. I don't know if it shifts at some other point, but at no point in each chapter does it say even the girl's name at the beginning of a chapter. So that's how I know it probably won't be multi perspective, which is also kind of weird with a co-author situation. Because I'm like, especially for what book was that? I can't even think of one. Oh, Caution Tape by Molly Doyle and JD Midnight. One of them wrote the girl's perspective and one wrote the guy's perspective. So it made sense, and you could kind of tell, like, the difference in writing style. But this, I'm like, okay, but who wrote what? Because I usually love Sarah Kate's books. Like, this one's just not, it's not hitting so far. But we shall see. I'm reading Inferno by Dan Brown. Yes, still on your Dan Brown journey. The only book I read this month was a reread of The Long Game by Rachel Reed. I cannot seem to get myself going. I mean, just keep rereading books until you feel like you want to dive into something else. You know, why not? The Long Game. Did I read that? Yeah, I did read that one. I liked it a lot more than Heated Rivalry, which I don't know if you'll be upset to hear that or, like, glad. Because I don't know if you like Heated Rivalry more than The Long Game or vice versa, but obviously it's, like, the same couple. So I ended up rooting for them and loving their love, but just heated rivalry was not it for me. Hello, sprint hopping, reading Truth or Dare: The Last Man Standing. I've never heard of this one, but I hope you are liking it. Also, love that you're sprint hopping. Yeah, I saw some other people sprinting this morning, and I was like, well, here goes little old me making my little comeback. Good morning. Hello. Reading Kiss of Iron this morning, a Regency romantasy I'm enjoying. I feel like I've heard of this one, but I'm glad you're liking it. I finished Angels and Demons. It was a 5-star read for me. Makes sense that you're continuing on then with Dan Brown. Good morning, Quinn. I loved both, but the long game is just deeper than heated rivalry and more of Ilya and Shane, and I'll take what I can get of them. Yeah, agree. Agree. All right, let's go ahead and hop into our first sprint, and I will see you all in 1 hour. Hello, hello. Welcome back from our first sprint. How did everyone do? Did we read? Did we do chores? Do something productive? Did we just chill for an hour? Let me know. I took one load of laundry out of the dryer, put in another. This is so riveting, I know. Put another load into the dryer, and then put another load into the washer. So, like, I fully did a little assembly line of things. I do need to fold the laundry that I took out of the dryer, though. So, that will be what I'll be doing during the next sprint. I also just haven't picked an audiobook because during a lot of that sprint, I was up and not reading. Probably for less than half of it, I was actually reading my book. So I probably should pick an audiobook to listen to, but I really just don't know what to read. Because again, like after not reading for an entire week, I'm like, okay, I'm trying to do like my required reading, right? But then I'm like, I don't really want to jump straight into that. So I want to jump into something that I'm like wanting to read, but I don't even know what I want to read. I just feel so like out of the loop with everything. I mean, even the book I'm reading right now, for which I'll talk about, I'm reading for a book club. I'm reading it for the Mending Hearts book club, which is run by Stasia and Ryland. And yeah, they're reading both books this month, 4 and 5. But like I said, I read some of that during the sprint, so I'm on page 105 now, and I'm liking it a little bit more after a certain occurrence occurred. I was like, okay, you've kind of sold me on that. But like other than that one, I'm not really feeling the tension between like the other man. I don't know how to describe it, but I'm like rooting for certain things and not rooting for other things. And the main character is 18 and she definitely reads very much 18. And I don't know if that's like I've surpassed caring about reading about 18-year-olds. I don't know. But even 18 is like considered an adult. But I don't know. I don't know how to feel. It's fine so far, but not anything amazing. But I am liking it more than when I started the sprint. So I guess that's a plus. But yeah, I want to continue on in the next sprint reading that. Hopefully pick an audiobook. The only other book that I like need to get done this month is my Buzzwordathon book because I said that I wanted to complete that goal this year. So like I kind of need to do that. I can't just start off in January not doing it. But the only book I have that has there, if you don't know, the Buzzwordathon, the word this month, it is an actual word and not like a theme. There is the theme, no, the word. There spelled any type of way, like THERETHEIR or THY''RE. And the only book I have on my physical TBR that has there in the title is There's No Such Thing as an Easy Job. And I'm just not in the mood for it. I mean, I could try to like make myself in the mood for it. Also, shout out to Jan for gifting this to me. But I'm just like, I don't know if it's the vibe right now. But this is my only option for physical TBR. If I wanted to go with even something that's not on my physical TBR, I feel like the only other one I'm sort of interested in, but again, not in the mood for right now, is Once There Were Wolves, because I've heard some good things about that one. But other than that, those are like the only two options, and I'm not in the mood necessarily for either one. but, like, I've got no time to waste because it's the 21st now. Like, we've we've skipped forward, and I need to complete it at some point before the end of the month, and towards, like, the very end of the month, that's when I have, like, live shows, book club live shows, and things like that, so I have to read those books. So, like, right now is the time for me to read the Buzzwordathon book. I don't know. Does anyone have any, like, graphic novels they can recommend, or, like, novellas that have bear in the title? Because, you know, I try to search on different platforms like Libby and Everand, aka Scribd, and I just type there, and, like, nothing comes up, really. Except for, like, Once There Were Wolves or And Then There Were None. But nothing comes up, no matter how I spell it, because they're waiting for me to give something else. It's like putting "the" in the frickin' search bar. Like, it's not gonna come up with anything. If I put a super specific word, like orange, I don't know why that was the first word that came to mind, but if I put orange in the search bar, like, it would come up with specific titles that have orange, like Priory of the Orange Tree, for example. I can't think of any other ones, but you know what I mean, like, it's not a super specific word, so the search browser is like, "Okay, give us something else." Like, you can't just put "there." But I'm like, "That's all I have to give because I want you to tell me what has it in the title." But if any of you have any recommendations for something, please let me know. Hello, hello. Reading Stolen Tongues. I actually was eyeing this book the other day, and by the other day, I literally mean the day before yesterday, because I saw it on my shelf, and I was like, I think I want to read that. So let me know if you're liking it. Hello, Nikki. How are you feeling? I'm feeling much more myself. I'm still a little stuffed up and a little coffee, not coffee. But other than that, things are good. Vibes are good. Reading Priory of the Orange Tree. I didn't even see this comment, and I said Priory of the Orange Tree. That's so fascinating to me, because I was just talking about Priory of the Orange Tree. Anyways. Oh, I was watching somebody's video earlier where she was saying that she's gonna do a video reading fantasy books for a week, and she has Priory of the Orange Tree on that TBR. So I guess that makes sense. Also, if you think that's a book that I don't own, you're mistaken, because I do own it. Which is funny because I feel like I've never even planned on reading it. I just wanted it. Like, I just feel so scholarly when I, like, hold a big book like this. This is a massive book, and I just feel so, like, mysterious and smart when I hold these chunky books. But yeah, I do have intentions of reading, I guess someday, but do I think that someday is gonna be within the next couple of months? Probably not. Good morning. Just about 60% done with Fourth Wing, page 310 out of 518, or should I say the Violence and Shadow Daddy show, LMAO. I just constantly am wanting to reread Fourth Wing. Constantly. I have to stop myself because I see it obviously still everywhere on social media, and I'm like, maybe today's the day that I should reread it, but no. Reached 9% in Heartless by Elsie Silver. Nice, nice. Heartless. They're my favorite couple. Not my favorite book in the series, but they have the best chemistry out of all the couples, in my opinion. Reached page 75 of A Little Life. Ooh, I hope you're enjoying it. Enjoying it is, like, not the correct thing, but I hope you're having a good time. That's still not right, but I don't know what to say. I really liked that book. 40 pages of Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies. Nice. I read their Vicious Games for Buzzwordathon this month, which is a YA competition thriller, and I loved it. But the problem is I don't love YA. I've not heard of this. Is the cover with, like, a girl holding a perfume bottle? By the way, drinking iced coffee out of a glass tumbler is a game changer for me, I'm obsessed. I love that. Yes, I saw your glass tumbler. I have one just like that, like, the shape of it and everything, um, but it has The Mandalorian on it, and it's my favorite thing. I always feel so posh when I drink literally anything out of it, but especially iced coffee in, like, those glass containers. They're so freaking cute. I don't know why. It's just I feel so, like, yeah, posh, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Yes, that's the cover. Okay, okay, well, it could be quick because it is YA, so maybe I'll check out the audiobook to see. Maybe I'll sample the audiobook to see if I'm interested in it. And I don't know how long it is, obviously, but I can look into that during the sprint. I hope you're not crying for whoever is reading A Little Life. Yeah, I can't even remember the first time I cried in A Little Life. I don't think it was page 75. I think it was like page 100 something. Probably like 120-ish. I'm literally just throwing a number out there. But I think past page 100 is where I cried for the first time. But yeah, let us know how you're doing. Anyways, let's hop into another sprint. I will see you all in 1 hour. Hello, hello. Welcome back from another successful sprint. Hopefully, yours was as successful as mine. I mean, except for like the last 5 minutes of the sprint, I was sitting here reading the entire time. There were times where I was like, my laundry is just waiting to be folded, but I've got time for that. I got really swept away with my book. It's getting better, and like more developments have been developing. The spice is much spicier now, and I'm like trying to pick my favorite person is basically where I'm at right now. I think I know who like typically I would have picked to be my fave out of the three, but I think I'm gonna go with the other one. I don't know. It's hard. I mean, it's not a spoiler, but like there's Baron, Gabriel, and Silas. And I should be rooting more for Baron because he's more like the underdog, shall we say? Like he reminds me kind of Garrett from Den of Vipers. Like if we're being so honest, which Garrett he has the least flavor out of all of the Vipers, but he's like the most gruff. I don't know how to describe it, but also he's the one who hates her the most. Hates her the most. So that's kind of great. But Silas is my favorite. I'm just gonna say it. Gabriel kind of like he kind of like gives but doesn't give at the same time. Like he's kind of just boring. He's kind of bland. But Silas, there's something to him. But yeah, so I'm liking it more. I didn't even say what page I'm on now. I'm in chapter 24, page 176. So things are moving along now, and I think I'll be able to finish it today. In the next sprint, though, I do plan on putting in another load of laundry and then folding laundry and stuff, so I'll either need to pick an audiobook, like I've literally been saying this entire time, or I'll most likely just end up watching a podcast because that's pretty much all my brain has been able to handle these days. My favorite podcast right now is Do We Know Them with Lily Marston and Jesse Smiles. Yesterday in particular, I mean, I usually catch up with them weekly. They're one of the like podcasts that I watch because 90% of the podcasts that I listen to, I watch also, but like 10% of them I just listen to, or like even if they have a video format, which most of the ones that I listen to do, I just will listen to them. But like the H3 podcast, for example, how are you gonna listen to it? You need the visuals. I don't even think they do just podcasts anymore. Like when they go live is when I keep up with them. Like their actual podcast, never have listened to it or anything. Like I just watch when they go live on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But anyways, do we know them? They post on Monday and Friday. And I usually keep up with them and I'll watch like one of the two a week or so. But yesterday when I was doing my diamond painting, that was all I was doing, was watching their old episodes, because I haven't seen every single one. I can't remember which one that I started watching it with, but it was like pretty far down the line. I think they're in the hundreds now, but I've just been going back to ones where I'm like, ooh, I want to know more about this situation, or I don't know everything about the Try Guys, like that whole entire thing. I mean, if you are anywhere on the internet, I think you know what happened with the Try Guys, like the cheating scandal, but you don't know like how it came to be. So I was watching that episode earlier today, but that's probably what I'll be doing during the next sprint, if we're being completely honest. I should be listening to an audiobook, but will I? No. I also did look into that book that Summer suggested, Their Vicious Games, and there's a wait time on it right now, but I did sample the audiobook. I could be interested. There's not a long wait, so maybe I'll be able to get that in by the end of the week and listen to it. But yeah, that seems more up my alley right now, even though it's YA, but it seemed pretty interesting. And then another one that I looked at when I was typing in They're Vicious, there's also a book in a series that I started like 2 years ago and just never continued on with, and that's the Never King series. The 3rd book, which is the most annoying part of this whole thing, the 3rd book is called Their Vicious Darling. So I'm like, okay, dark romance. I'm definitely in the mood for that, but that means I would have to read the 2nd book first and then go into the 3rd one, which they're not long, but I didn't love the 1st book, and that's why I didn't continue on. I don't think Manda liked it either, because we read it together for one of our 24-hour KU readathons, and I'm pretty sure neither of us loved it. Well, I know I didn't love it, but I don't think Manda loved it either. But I'm like, okay, it's the 3rd book, so I'd have to read the 2nd one. And do I remember what happened in the 1st one? Not really, but we're just gonna do it. Usually I would reread the 1st book before continuing on, but I don't think I care that much. I'm intrigued about reading A Little Life, but my mental state would be shattered. I definitely do not want to put myself through that, but I'm still intrigued. I was the same way, and yes, it did break me, but like I'm already broken. But like it felt like very, I'm not gonna say cathartic, because that's like definitely the wrong terminology, but like it made me feel things for fictional people and not like for myself, if that makes sense. But definitely be in like the right frame of mind if you ever decide to pick it up, but like I'm not gonna recommend it to anyone, if that makes sense. Mine is from Wednesday, to my surprise, when I bought it, because when I saw it in Barnes and Noble, there are other merch that went with it, so I almost thought it was Harry Potter related. Oh, your little glass thing? Yeah. I'm surprisingly enjoying it. I was nervous about not being able to get into it. It is very, very dense writing, and the font is so tiny. It took me forever to read it. Like, it literally took me 2-ish weeks fully focusing just on that book to read it. But in my opinion, it was worth it for me. Hello, I'm reading the North Valley Grimoire about halfway through and really enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying your book. Hello, I'm reading The Love Wager. I've heard great things about Lynn Painter, and I don't know which book I should start with at this point, because they're all like YA though, right? But they seem fun and fresh, so maybe I'll give them a try. Late but here, I had a baby shower, and then I had to refilm a video while my hair and makeup were still done. Fully understand that, but I'm glad you're here. Hello, Amanda. IDK what book I'm feeling today, but I did start to bleed a Crystal Bloom yesterday. I was like, wait, what? You started to bleed, but it's the name of the book. By the same author as When the Moon Hatched. Yes, and you loved that book. I saw that art that you posted of it yesterday, and I was like, okay, I'm listening. I have War and His Queen by Amo Jones arriving today, though. I still have yet to read an Amo Jones. And at this point, I'm so confused on what I should start with. I feel like I should start with Sicko. And I feel like we've had this conversation before, and you've said I should start maybe with that one. But the only one I own is Antichrist. And I know that you didn't like that one, or you DNF'd it. I'm about to... Oh, hello, Jean. I am reading Soul to Keep at 27%, really enjoying it. Which number is that in the series? Is that the first one? I don't know. They all kind of blend together now. Hello. I'll be reading A Little Life. Okay, so 2 people here are reading A Little Life. Solidarity. Did some cleaning and reached 15% in Heartless. Amazing. Another 40 pages of Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies. Annotating takes so much more time. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I don't know. That's why I kind of dread the day when I'll actually reread the books I said I was gonna reread to annotate, but I think it'll be worth it. I need to go back to my book club book, but I don't want to cry today. What are you reading and what should you be reading? Greetings, popping into the sprint, and we'll be reading. Don't know how to say that. Hoping to finish the book by the end of the day. You shall do it if you put your mind to it. Right now I'm editing a video and we'll probably be going back to reading Immortality Thief, but I should be reading How High We Go in the Dark, but it makes me cry like a baby every time I pick it up. Oh wait, so that book is for your book club? How High We Go in the Dark. I know I was telling you that I started it way back, and I think that was not this last year's Goodreads nominations, but the year before. I'm pretty sure it was nominated in the fiction category, and I was debut or fiction, and I was maybe gonna try to read most of the nominees for that category, and then I just wasn't really interested in any of them. Ned was already the worst, and that cheating scandal thankfully took him out of all of our lives. I mean, I never watched the Try Guys. I saw videos here and there when they were still at BuzzFeed. But, after they formed their own company and their own brand outside of BuzzFeed, I didn't really keep up. But, yeah, the whole situation's just really fucked up. I actually find I watch them way more often now that he's gone. Interesting. Now that they're a trio and not a quartet. I was going to say a foursome, but I'm like, I don't know. I like most of the Never King series, but I didn't like the last book. Interesting. But I really shouldn't DNF a series. I mean, listen, so many series, so little time. But I really shouldn't put that much pressure on a first book, because I was thinking about this earlier, where I'm like, there are tons of series where the first book is a 3-star at best, and then the rest of the series is so much better. I guess it's what they say is second book syndrome. I feel like there's first book syndrome, where it's it just kind of gets you into it maybe a little bit, and then things can take off from there. Because especially with world building or whatever in some series, it's you gotta info dump a little bit before you can get into the nitty gritty and establish relationships and all that. So that can be why the first book just doesn't hit. Hello, reading beta. Amazing. The font is so small, I was able to read 30 more pages. Yes, the font is super tiny. Yes, Sicko or Midnight Mayhem series, or even her first series. Okay, what's the first series? Oh yeah, In Silence She Screams is your favorite. Is that the first in the Midnight Mayhem series? That's probably not, with my luck. Did you see book 4's cover for Dustwalker? We get a male romance addition to the franchise. Yes, I saw it. It was in the chat, Amanda. How did you not see it? I'll send it to you on IG. It's so good. It is the first in the series, the one that you guys read for literature. Did you like it? Sold to keep. I DNF'd it. So I cannot say. I mean, I can tell you that I didn't like what I had read of it, and that's why I DNF'd it. But as a whole, everyone else seemed to enjoy it. Those of us who actually finished it. Yes. I think me and Jayla are the only two that didn't finish it. I'm pretty positive. How High was our book club pick because the nominator thought it was a sci-fi, and it is definitely not. But isn't it marketed as sci-fi? I thought it was too. Because it's not sci-fi necessarily, but maybe magical realism. I might be way off base. My mimosa candle isn't even lit, but the scent is wafting through the entire house right now, it seems like. Is it did you light it yesterday and the scent is still lingering, or is this it's just so strong? That's how I felt with my peppermint candle. It didn't have a lid or anything because I got it at like a craft fair and it was in this pretty little jar. And every time I would like walk within a couple feet of it, I could smell it. That's the third in Silence She Screams. Okay, okay. So yes, with my luck, it is the third in the series. The Silver Swan is the one I was thinking of too. That might be her first series. I think I've seen the cover of this one. Maybe? I'm thinking of something else that's by like Emma something. That has like Swan in the title, I'm pretty sure. It's like lit sci-fi. But that's still sci-fi. Is it not? I mean, it's a blending of genres, but is monster romance not romance? Is I can't even think of any other genre ties that isn't like obviously dark romance, but that's not like two different things. But two very heavy subgenres can create one good book. I don't know. But better than Emily St. John Mandel. I still have yet to read a book by her, but I have one on my 12 recommended by 12 friends, and I'm dreading reading it, to be honest. Theoretically, but I haven't seen much sci-fi elements, though they may go to space in the second half. I just haven't seen anything too sci-fi yet. The problem is the closest thing to sci-fi I've seen is using stem cells on pigs used for organ donations. I mean, it's giving what needs to be given. I guess, a little bit. No, actually, I haven't lit it yet, but it's a soy candle. Not sure if that has anything to do with it, but yeah, it smells really good. Yeah, the one I got from the craft fair was also a soy candle, so that could definitely have something to do with it. All right, let's hop into another sprint. I'll see you all in 1 hour. Hello, hello. Welcome back from another sprint. How did we all do? Did we all do something productive? How are we liking our books? Are we still loving? Are we hating? What's happening? I did exactly what I said I was going to do. I did procrastinate a little bit in the beginning. I kind of just chilled, but then I had some lunch because I realized that I hadn't really eaten anything today. I always forget to eat. It's like the last thing on my mind, and then I can always tell when I'm starting to get a headache that I'm like, wait a second. But I've been drinking water all day, so I was like, okay, it's not because I'm not hydrated, because yeah. And then also I've been sick and still am sick. So I was like, okay, well, I have a headache for a reason. But no, the reason was I was hungry because I hadn't had anything. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, okay. So during the sprint, I folded my laundry. I put in the last load of laundry. Amazing. And I just like cleaned up a little bit. And I also got a package in the mail that I can show you guys. It's not bookish related, but like I just want to know other people's opinions about this and if it actually works. I mean, I already have it, so like I'm gonna try it, but I, long story short, didn't read during that sprint. But in this next sprint, I will probably half and half read because I'll probably spend the first half reading, jump back into my book for hopefully it goes a lot better the second half because I did check and I'm like 57% in now, so obviously more than halfway. And I would love to finish it today. That would be so great. But I hope like the second half is way stronger than the first half now that I'm starting to like it more. But anyways, so I'm going to do that and then I'll probably have to get my last load of laundry out. So I'll spend time doing that. But the thing I got in the mail, long story short, is this like Hi Smile stuff. This is not sponsored at all. But like it's this thing I've seen all over Instagram specifically. You've probably seen the ads too, honestly, if you're on Instagram. And it came in this box. There was like a deal where it was like buy one, get one free or 50% off. So I have two of them. So hopefully it works. But like basically, it's not toothpaste, but it's like whitening stuff. So it's like this purple serum that you put on your teeth and it just like instantly whitens them. It's something I'm super self-conscious about my teeth. Like I just feel like they're not as white as I would want them to be. I don't want them to be like in your face pearly white, but at the same time, I'm just always self-conscious about them. I mean, I had braces, so they're pretty straight, and I like them in that capacity, but I've tried, like, every whitening toothpaste out there, and it just does nothing for me, and I don't wanna pay to get my teeth, like, professionally whitened because I feel like you would have to do that every couple of months because, you know, you drink coffee, you drink things to stain your teeth, and that's probably why my teeth aren't, like, super white because I drink a lot of coffee, but I'm just hoping that this will help me be a little bit more confident. I don't know. Especially in, like, videos and stuff. I'll look back at the footage and I'm like, "You look gross. I wonder what people think of you with your gross mouth." But they gave a free gift in this freaking package, and this is the thing that's most funny and kind of, like, exciting. Sorry. It's temporary tooth tattoos. Have you ever heard of this? I know that people put diamonds on their teeth now, but, like, these are literal, you know, like, Fruit by the Foot, where it has those little tattoos on it and you can put it on your tongue? This is literally for your teeth, and those are, like, what's included in the pack, and those are the actual size. So, like, they have 2 of each thing, and then you can put the bigger one on the bigger tooth, and I'm just wondering how this works. It says it'll stay on all day. Obviously, depending on how much you drink and eat during the day, but it says it will last for up to 12 hours. What? Like, you want me to whiten my teeth and then put a tattoo on them? And also, why would you make the tattoo, like, food? That just doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm kinda curious, to be honest, to try it out. And it says it'll come off, like, as soon as you brush your teeth. So, I don't know. But anyways, how did you all do during that sprint? Obviously, I'm not hating it because I'm crying every single chapter. Obviously, you're not hating it. I'm glad that you're feeling something. H3 podcast, yes. They have a Spotify audio podcast, tried once and still enjoyed it a lot. For H3 specifically, or just in general? Yeah, like I said before, I watch 90% of the podcasts I listen to. And then there's like 2 that I listen to. Like, the one that I'm very consistent in mainly listening to is the For the Healthy Hoes podcast, and new episodes come out every Monday. But then I used to strictly listen to Call Her Daddy, but I don't really listen to that podcast at all anyways, and it's more so video focused now. But I don't know if I were to go back to consistently listening, if I would watch and listen or not. Hello, hello, hello. Came over from Katie Sprint's, been reading Red Rising. I've heard great things about that one, so I hope you're enjoying it. Hello, I'm coming over from Katie's Sprints. Okay, look at both of you. I will be reading House of Sky and Breath today. Amazing. I'm going to be getting to that literally in, not May. May. Because right now I'm reading ACOTAR, and then we're going through that series, and then I'll be reading those books for the first time, because I've read the first ACOTAR book, but I haven't read anything else in that universe. But for the, like, read-along that we're doing, we're going in, like, not necessarily timeline order, but I guess more so. I don't really know how the whole universe works, but apparently you're supposed to read Throne of Glass series, ACOTAR series, and then Crescent City. So I do own the first 2 books, and I tried to pre-order one of the special editions of the newest one that's coming out, I think, on the 30th. But alas, the special edition was sold out. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll probably just get the regular edition and go out to Barnes & Noble the day it's released. Hi, just joining from Katie's Sprints. We'll be reading Kingdom of Ash and Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies this afternoon with football on in the background. Sounds like you've got a lot going on. Love that. Happy Sunday to you as well. I'm juggling a few books and hoping to clean, plan, and watch some football. Amazing. I finished The Love Wager, and now I might start Never. Yes, I still gotta read that too. I kind of want to read the source material first, what Jessa Hastings pulled from the original Peter Pan by, don't remember the author, but I want to read the source material first to see, like, where the inspiration was drawn from, because I know it's not drawn from, like, Disney's Wendy and Peter Pan. Finishing Magic Lies and Deadly Pies and watching football. More like noise on in the background, the ambiance. Sarah looks pleased with her reading. Yes. Didn't read. I filmed a part of a video and then worked out what I'm planning on reading in February. I gotta do that too. It's quickly approaching, quicker than I thought it would, but here we are. Almost about to enter a new month. I really should have pulled all the books instead of putting photos in. I hate that, but I did this to myself. Oh, like, that makes sense. Yeah, you're like, this is easier for now, but then later on you're like, I should have just done this, because now I'm making it harder on myself. Hey guys, joined last sprint, and I'm reading Leopard's Run and going to start the guest list. Amazing. 47 pages of Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies. Nice. Sent out emails, put away laundry, and did some coursework. Amazing. Very productive. Hello, Sabrina. I've been on, just haven't been reading. I'm trying to decide if I want to start The Pucking Wrong Number or something else. You should start The Pucking Wrong Number because the third book comes out Friday? Whatever the 27th is. Is that Friday? It's the 26th or the 27th because I have two down in my spreadsheet that say, I can actually just check. The Pucking Wrong date, the third one comes out January 26th. So I think that's this Friday. Yes, I'm correct. By the way, I ended up buying 3 of the books by Celeste Ng, but does she have anything coming out soon? I haven't seen anything, but I'm not positive. I mean, I haven't been on the lookout because I didn't really love her latest release, Our Missing Hearts. But who knows? Probably. Teeth tattoos. I know. I'm like, what? I will. I should do them like on Sunday sprints or something, or I'll put it in a video. But I'm just very curious. Like, I don't want to just do it by myself and be like, well, there it is. It either works or it doesn't work. Was either Spotify and or Apple Podcasts. That's the order I'd recommend. Throne of Glass is my favorite of the 3 series. Interesting, because I DNF the series. I was pretty far into it. I had read up to Crown of Midnight. So I stopped like at the tandem read, which I was kind of bummed about because I've never had a reason to do a tandem read and I thought that would be pretty cool, but I just like wasn't interested in the story anymore. And I was like, well, I don't care if every single character dies, and that's when I was like, okay, well, you need to put that down then. Getting some laundry done and watching college gymnastics. You and me both getting laundry done. Halfway done with Clytemnestra? 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 And I'm supporting women's rights and their wrongs. Love that. We always do. It's just a given. All right, let's hop into another sprint. Sorry, I talked a little bit over. And I'll see you all in 1 hour. Hello, hello. How did everybody's sprint go? That kind of caught me off guard, not gonna lie. I mean, I felt like I looked up multiple times and it was near the end of the sprint, but then I was very caught off guard when the timer went off. I was like, wait, what? What's happening? Because things are heating up in my book. And I really want to know what's going to happen next. And I have a feeling that it's going to leave on a cliffhanger because, you know, most of the time, romance books, if they're in a series, it's like a companion series, and like the next book will be focused on a different couple, like just people that you've met, but not necessarily like the same people. Like, you don't even have to read them in order, really, if you don't want to. But this one, I mean, I kind of got the idea when this one's 4 and then the next one's 5. I mean, I still don't really know what that means, but it's definitely going to be a continuation of these 4 plus a 5th. Again, don't really know what that means. Does that mean there's going to be another guy? Or does that mean there's going to be another girl? I don't think there's going to be another girl. Or does it mean what we all dread in books? No, that can't be the case. But anyways, all of them are growing on me now. Pun not intended. And I would say Silas is still my favorite, but I don't think that's the case anymore. I think Baron's my favorite now. He's done some things, okay? And he's effed up. But like, haven't we all? He deserves his redemption arc, and I stand by that. Okay? And Gabriel is still just him, and I didn't explain him well earlier, but he's just like a puppy dog, and you feel sorry for him, and like he's just hyperactive. I don't know, but he's my least favorite. It would be Baron, Silas, and then Gabriel. Not that anyone cares about my ranking of these men in my book, but there you have it. I'm still, though, confused on the whole co-author thing, because so far, I didn't even say where I'm at. Hold, please. Page 241. So I'm 79% in. I should be able to finish in the next sprint. Maybe. I do have to get a load of laundry out, so never mind. Maybe not. But there's no change in perspective. So like I was talking about earlier, I'm just confused as to who wrote what. Like, what was written by Sarah Kate and what was written by Rachel Lee, or Leah. Lee, whatever. I'm just confused. Did they just co-write the entire thing? Is it paragraph by paragraph? I'm so confused by that. And that's a stance that I'll continue to be confused about, I guess. But it's much better now. Things are amping up. The plot is plotting officially. Main character is still kind of annoying. And also, there was a part that I read literally in the last chapter where she was like, "Thank God I have my Converse sneakers." Why do all of these badass FMCs in any mafia romance, any dark RH romance, like, why do they all just love Converse? I mean, I used to wear Converse, not the brand Converse. I mean, I had the off-brand ones because I could not afford that. But when was this written? I mean, it probably was written a couple of years ago, but still, why is it always Converse? Like, you don't even have to tell me the shoes. Just be like, oh, thank God, like, they have clothes and shoes laid out for me. Like, why is it always Converse? It just kind of throws me for a loop every time, and it made me chuckle. But anyways, I don't know where I left off in the comments. Clytemnestra, right? Please keep calling her Clytemnestra. I'm sorry, okay? I don't know anything about anything. That's not what you come here for. Thank you, Jean. I'm cleaning my closet now. IDKY decided this was a good time for that. I mean, why not? Just get a head start on spring cleaning. Winter cleaning, if you will. I mean, I've been cleaning too, kind of against my will, but then it like leads me into other things. I'm like, well, while I'm at it, why don't I just organize my medicine cabinet? Why don't I just do this and that? I'm going to be editing for forever, mostly because the cats were roughhousing and I have to cut out so much. When I'm editing, I cut out every single time I take a breath or just pause for longer than 0.2 seconds. And it's a lot because I do that a lot. And I'm like, you would think you would learn at this point in time so that editing isn't so rough that you should just get out what you're going to say. Like, just say it. Just word vomit it all out, and then you can cut out things later. But it's much more annoying to be so precise and concise about what you're saying and have to pause every few words to make sure that you're saying what you want to say. Ohan gets put in air jail like 3 times during this video. What's air jail? What does that mean? Hello. Not getting much reading done, but laundry is moving along, and my 2-year-old son has been snuggling a lot. 4-year-old had surgery on Thursday, so he's been at my sister's for her recovery period and came home today. Well, I'm glad that they're home now. That's good, but I'm sorry about the surgery. That's gotta be pretty scary. But it's okay. I mean, it's okay. They're not reading a lot. You're getting other things done. A lot of things are more important than reading. I gotta say it. I got to page 100 of Leopard's Run in chapter 2 of the guest list, but kept getting distracted. I remember really enjoying the guest list when I read it, like a while ago. It's a really fun thriller. Like, just don't take it too seriously, and it's good. It's just, again, it's just fun. Only 36 pages this time. Not the disappointed face. That's still good. Did a bit of bullet journaling and then read 45 pages. Nice. Worked on IRE stuff for my thesis and did some skincare. Yes, love the self-care on this fine Sunday. Self-care Sunday. Oh, and I'm trying to map out my reading plans for next month. Love that. Looking ahead. Oh my god, I said that in the 2 sprints ago, but I was like, oh yeah, I need to start doing that. I'll probably do that tonight. Like, when I'm all snuggled up in bed, I'll just start stressing about next month. Hopped over from Katie's Sprints. I started Dune and got 60 pages in. I'm buddy reading it with my hubs, plus it's my 7 rule for TBR-a-thon. Nice. I've been seeing TBR-a-thon around a lot, but I'm not exactly sure what it is. If someone would like to explain it to me, or, I mean, just tell me where I can find info on it, that'd be great. And obviously it's already started, so I don't know if I can join in, but I'm curious because I've been seeing like people doing sprints for it and just people posting about it, but I wasn't really sure what it was. I'm reading Out on a Limb. I've heard really good things about this one, so I hope you're liking it. I care about your ranking. You make me want to reread 4. I mean, it's not great. Like, highest, it'll be a 4. LOL, 4 for 4. But I think I'm more excited about 5 already. Would you prefer these FMCs wear Crocs? I mean, probably, honestly. Like, if I were to be reading a dark romance and they go, I put my, oh my god, like the Shrek Crocs even, I put my Shrocks on, I would simply pass away never. Finished Magic Lies and Deadly Pies, solid 3.5 stars. Nice. Stepping out in her Shrek Crocs about to I mean, I wasn't gonna say all that, but that's so funny. That's so funny we had the same brain. I swear I did not see your comment. Not the Converse, that's so funny. So, Stormy here, it's so good to have some time to read. Oh, so Stormy here. Love the vibes. Shrek Crocs. Basically, he gets held against his will so that Lilo has a chance to get away from his shenanigans. It's like putting him in timeout, only none of his paws touch the ground. Interesting. Interesting form of torture. She had her tonsils and ad- adenoids? Adenoids out? I don't know what those are. So nothing crazy, but surgery is hard. Yeah, and the recovery time is usually not very pleasant either. I've never had my tonsils out. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I made it to chapter 26, page 323 out of 518. You are getting there. I love my Crocs. Me too. I have really bright yellow ones, and they're my treasures. Out on a Limb is on my TBR. It's on my TBR too, especially the audiobook. I didn't give 4 or 5 stars, but I thought it was a fun time. I mean, I'm having fun. So we shall see how it ends off, but let's go ahead and hop into another sprint. I'll see you all in 1 hour. Hello. Welcome back. How did we all do during that sprint? I finally had to get up and turn a light on because it got really dark in here during that last sprint. I was sitting in darkness. I mean, I'm reading on my Kindle, so it really didn't bother me, and I didn't even notice it until I looked up and I saw little me on the screen just in pure darkness. And I was like, maybe I need to turn a light on before I start talking again, or else no one will be able to see anything. I mean, even now, it's not that bright, but you don't need to get a clear look at me. It's fine. But how did we all do during that sprint? I did finish my book, 4 by Sarah Kate, and I think I'm gonna give it a 4. It was really entertaining, and what else can I say? I mean, again, she is kind of a wannabe Roxy from Den of Vipers, and I'm holding a bit of a grudge against her for that. And it's it kinda reminded me of Den of Vipers in some ways, although there are less men in this one, but it had some similarities, and I couldn't help but, like, think about Den of Vipers the entire time, so it made me wanna reread that book, but I have been thinking about rereading that book anyways because when I first annotated it, when we read it for a book club, our first ever classic literature book club pick, a throwback, um, I tabbed it with the tabs that I had at the time, which were, like, neon tabs. So, in Den of Vipers, there's just, like, neon yellow, neon pink, neon blue, literally every color neon tabs, and it just doesn't fit the vibe of the book. So, I really just want to reread it and re-tab it with colors that kinda match the cover better because I have, like, red tabs now and gray tabs and things that'll fit, the vibe more. But I'll definitely maybe I'll just get another copy of it and not redo that one. Like, that one can stay it can hold the memes of everything that happened back then? It'll be a staple of 2023. No, 2022, 'cause that's crazy. It was 2 Februaries ago that we started the book club. Wow. We're coming we're coming up on our 2-year anniversary next month. That is so interesting. Anyways, before I, like, start just spitfiring a bunch of stuff, yeah, I gave 4 stars, and I'm actually just gonna jump straight into the second book, I think. We're gonna do one more sprint, and then I'm calling it a night, but wow, I'm glad that I finally have finished a book. Starting to feel like me again in every way possible. But yeah, let me know how you guys did. Do 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 do. Dang, I think I just missed a talk break. Yeah, I think you came in like literally when when I looked up and saw your comment, it was like 50 minutes were left of this sprint. Well, time to be productive. I like that. You're like, "Oh, well, guess I have to just get straight into it. I can't do a little chat sesh first." Read 53 pages. That's amazing. 43 pages of Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies. That is such a mouthful to say every single time. Also, I'm just gonna say something. I'm gonna throw it out there just because I'm not gonna Google it. Is that the way that encyclopedia is spelled? Or, like, is it spelled differently for Emily Wilde's? I'm very curious. It's a genuine question. Genuine question. And, like, obviously fairies is spelled differently everywhere. So, like, that's intentional for sure. But I'm so curious. But anyways, but so many annotations. That means that you're loving it more the second time around, and you're probably catching things that you didn't catch the first time. So that's always good. Read about 30 pages. Keep getting distracted. It's 11 p.m. here, but don't think we'll get much sleep though, so aim to get hopefully halfway through Leopard's Run. Nice, nice. But why do you think you won't get much sleep? Because you want to finish your book, or you're just not tired? You were very moody looking. If we slapped a blue filter on it, you could have been in Twilight. I mean, that's always the goal. So, here we are. That was like an iconic film. I've seen some people who've put like a regular filter on it, or like a filter that the other movies have on like a scene in Twilight, and it's just not the same. Like, it's definitely very jarring, like the first movie compared to all the rest, because the coloring is so different, but it's just a staple and it needs to stay that way, and it's so iconic. And argue with the wall about it if you disagree. I started doing my taxes. Yikes. April will be here before we know it. Oof, Heather, I've got to work on getting all that paperwork together for my accountant. Very fun adult things, honestly. Started the Louis Ortega Survival Club off of just vibes, didn't even read the synopsis. That's usually how I go into books. I'm like, I don't really know what this is about. And that's why it's so hard for me to like recommend things to people, or not recommend things, because after I've read it, I know what it is. But like a haul, if I haul some books, they're like, "Oh, why'd you get that?" Don't know. Looks good. I don't want to know too much about a book before going into it. You just dislike her because she's not wearing Shrocks. That could be it. I didn't do anything. Seasonal depression is hitting me. Oh no. Maybe you should like snuggle up with a nice warm drink and watch a show. Gave up on reading for a bit, gave a bath to one kid, got supper started, working on page planning for The Great Hunt next month. The Great Hunt. I'm intrigued. What is this? Maybe I will watch Twilight or buy Shrek Crocs. Both of those sound like great decisions. I mean, you could do both. You could do both at once. You could watch Twilight while buying Shrek Crocs online. Do they even still sell them? I kind of want them, not gonna lie. I got about 40-ish pages read of House of Sky and Breath. I'm off to bed now, though, as it's gone 11 p.m. here. Thanks for the fun sprints. Thanks for joining. Loved having you here. And I'm glad that you got some good reading in. Have y'all seen those Bookmate things on Instagram? I want one, not gonna lie. I don't know what this is, but if you tell me, maybe I will want one. I'm very easily influenced, if you couldn't tell. I think both of those options are scientifically proven to reduce seasonal depression. Exactly. Exactly. At least not in America, I think. Oh, about Encyclopedia? Yeah, I'll have to... I'm curious. I'm gonna look into that. 2 chapters of Emily Wilde. Almost done with my buddy read chapters of the day. Nice, nice. It's just the British spelling, I think. Probably. It's like stuff having a U in it from the UK, like colors, and colors is the only one that came to mind. Got to 34% of Soul to Keep. Can't believe you put it down. I'm going to watch the show to find out why eventually. Wait, what? Going to watch the show. Oh, I was like, there's a show of this book, but no, you meant like the live where we read it. I don't even remember. I DNF'd. The winds are 80 miles per hour here in Scotland. I want to live in... so bad. I wanna live anywhere that's not here, to be honest, but that's very fast. Yes, the twilight blue hue, that's classic, one of my favorite things about that one. Exactly. And again, anyone who says different can argue with the wall. That'd be wild for Soul to keep having a TV adaptation. I mean, it's even wild for them saying, like, the ACOTAR series is gonna be adapted or, like, Fourth Wing is in the works. I'm like, "Leave it alone." I mean, I love the things that I love, but I don't want them to be ruined by a bad adaptation. The Great Hunt is Wheel of Time book 2. Ooh, sounds like a fun time. Bookmate is an annotation kit that uses a magnet that goes on the inside of the cover. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen those. I have thought about it, but I don't know how practical it would be. Like, I don't wanna put a magnet on my book and, like, crease the cover, you know? I would watch it. I'll send it to you. Please do. If it's what I'm thinking of. I think I've seen it before. Alright, let's hop into our last sprint, and I will see you all in 1 hour. Hello, hello. How did that last sprint go for everyone? I I got a little scared when the timer went off because I didn't realize how much time I had left. I know I was looking at the screen, but I was in another tab. I was writing a review of the latest arc that I had finished. I don't remember when. But getting that submitted, and already haven't hit my goal of reading every NetGalley arc I have before it's released with just this one book. But, you know, I can't get too mad at myself because I was down bad, okay? I was sick. I didn't do anything. So I can't be too mad at myself. But at the same time, I'm still mad at myself because we're literally in the first month of the year and I've already not hit a goal. Like I can already say that I didn't hit the goal for the entire year by not reading the one book on time. But I only have one more arc for this month and it doesn't come out until the 30th. Not that I'm going to put it till last minute, but I did have a plan for that specific book. Like a video concept, if you will, and I don't think that's going to happen anymore either. So I'm just going to read it, and it's not that long, so I don't think it should be super terrible to get through, and it's kind of like a mood, like I'm in the mood to read it right now. So that's great. I love that. It's not a literary fiction, which is what I feel like all of my other arcs have been. Actually, that's not true because the other ones were thrillers. It was like literary fiction and then thrillers, but this one's more like leaning horror. So there we go. But anyways, it comes out the 30th, so I have some time to get through it. And also, I spent the bulk of that sprint actually searching for my buzzword book because it's just really there on my brain. So, or on my mind. It's consuming my thoughts. So I'm like, just pin down what you're going to read. You don't have to start that right now, but just pin down exactly what you want to read. So I was searching on the Kindle store, looking up some very interesting things. There's a lot of, let's just say, like, barbarian books that have their THEIR in the title. Like, very interesting Fated Mates books on KU that have there in the title. And I'm like, some of these aren't that long, so if I have to, I have to. It's fine. And they could be a fun time. I mean, they're probably just silly and they're just gonna be whatever. But while I was looking, I then searched for THERE. I'm like trying to see it on the wall. That's why I keep looking up every single time I spell it out to make sure I'm actually spelling it right. THERE there, and I searched that in the Kindle store just thinking I wouldn't get as many results in that vein. But then on the first page, it's not on KU, but it was in the library because it's like every book ever. But I wanted to get something that I can actually like read for free. And on the list was Out There Screaming, edited by Jordan Peele, the like horror anthology book that came out not too long ago. I think it came out last October, if I'm not mistaken. It came out last year, like late last year. So I was like, oh my god. I haven't really read a horror book in a while. So like, why not? So I think I'm going to do that. I got the audiobook. So maybe I will like listen to a few stories here and there like every day. Or maybe I'll just sit and listen to the whole thing. I don't know, but it's like 14 hours. But I'll at least listen to it at 2 times speed. So that's 7 hours. And then most of the audiobooks I listen to 2.5 or 3 times speed, but it really just depends on the narrator. But either way, I now have a book that I could read, but I was really thinking also because another one that popped up was There Are No Saints. And I really was tempted to reread that because I know that Cheyenne is reading that right now. And I was kind of like jealous that she's reading it and having a great time with it, and it's her first time. But I'm like, I've already reread that book before. I would be rereading it a second time, aka reading it a third time. So I'm like, you gotta you gotta switch it up every once in a while. But I do really want to reread There Are No Saints. But I do need an audiobook, so I'm just gonna stick with Out There Screaming and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, that took up a ton of my sprint deciding my There book. But I'm glad that I finally have it pinned down. Finally. All right, just in time. My video is exporting. No reading today, but still productive. Very productive. Proud of you. You did it. Got supper in my belly, a clean kitchen, and a great hunt chapter breakdown plan for February completed. Nice. Love that. Read 37 pages, then made a little reading book in the corner of the room for the day because I need to finish my book today and I'd like to be comfortable while doing it. Oh, a reading nook. Amazing. Reading nooks are so cozy. And it's not even one of those things. Like, I've talked about this before. I sound like a broken record, but like the idea of a bath is so soothing and so like it sounds nice in theory, but in reality, baths are like the most stressful thing ever, at least for me. The idea of one is great. It's like expectation versus reality. But with a reading nook, they're just as good as you think they're going to be, and just as comfortable and just as amazing and relaxing. So I hope you enjoy yours. Read more that sprint and only have 40 pages left, but I have a lot I want to do for the rest of the evening, so I'll either finish it later tonight or tomorrow. Maybe just go ahead and finish it tonight. Be crazy. Sarah, ma'am, you do not get to beat yourself up like that. I will not stand for it. That's why I'm like trying to be nice. Because normally I would be like, you're so dumb. Like you thought that you could do this. So we're just giving up. Like the rest of the year, just don't even bother. Don't even bother trying to get all of your NetGalley arcs read before they come out because you're just not going to do it. No, I had one slip up, the one pass, okay? And we're, for the rest of the year, I'm going to do it. It's fine. I can, and I will. So I'm trying to be nicer, trying to change the way that I talk to myself, because I would never, ever talk to someone else the way I talk to myself. So I need to be kinder. Exactly. No beating ourselves up in 2024. I'm trying to switch my frame of mind. I got to page 155, so quite please, you should be. I got to 44% in Out on a Limb. I hope you're liking it. You and me, we have the same brain. And the second book is There Is No Devil, so like I could reread the second book because I think I've never reread that one. But then I would be like, I want to start with the first book. So if I do start reading Out There Screaming, and for some reason I'm either not going to finish it, or I'm not liking it, or whatever, then my plan B will be There Are No Saints reread, because I know it'll take me 3 hours tops to read that book. So if I just need it, then I'll read that. But Out There Screaming is plan A. The Barnes & Noble I went to had a whole section of Sophie Lark. Which ones should get first was the question to myself. You should get There Are No Saints and There's No Devil. They are top tier books in general. Top tier Sophie books, second of all. And yeah, that's all I have to say. My favorite Sophie Lark books that I've read. The only ones I have finished, because I started Grimstone, never finished it, but I will be finishing it this October because the vibes just weren't hitting at the time, and then October passed, and I was like, I can't read this. It's a very October book. I can't read this past October, so I put that down. Brutal Prince, I think I gave that 4 or 5 stars, and then Stolen, is it Stolen Air? I think it's Stolen Air. The second book, that one I gave 4 or 5 stars, and I haven't read the rest of the series. And Minx just didn't fit my criteria for something I'm into. Like, what it was focused on is not my favorite, so that's why I didn't like that one. But I'm still like, Sophie could do no wrong. Even though, in my mind, she kind of has, but There Are No Saints and There Is No Devil are just literally so top tier, it's actually insane. Next up, wrestling kids into pajamas and reading bedtime stories. Then I can read Red Rising. Yes, check off your to-do list and then do a little reading for yourself. Enjoy it. I finished The Closet and I'm finally sitting a little about to have dinner. I might actually read Crescent City to prepare. IDK, I'm conflicted on how to proceed. Well, maybe you should actually pick up something. What did you do while cleaning out your closet? Did you listen to an audiobook? Or were you watching TV, listening to music? Because I feel like you could have gotten an entire audiobook read in that time. But I'm glad you finished it. You didn't just start the task and then be like, oh, I'm too tired. I'm not doing the rest of this. Because that's how I always am. I'm like, okay, let me just take everything out of this section of whatever I'm doing. And then I'm just like, okay, well, now I don't really want to deal with it. That's usually how it goes. Hello, I'm reading Iron Flame today. Are you still sprinting? That was unfortunately my last sprint, so I will be hopping off in a minute. But I'm glad you're reading Iron Flame. No, ma'am. Literally doing nothing except cleaning. I didn't even think of that. I'm saying. Literally nothing? Not even like listening to a podcast? I don't even know if podcasts are your thing. I don't think so, but I have a few recommendations if you need some. Anyways, I hope you all had a great Sunday with me. I'm glad to be back. And I'll be back again next Sunday for more sprinty sprints. Hope you all have a good rest of your evening, night, morning, whatever time it is for you. And yeah, see you in that. As I get tripped over my words on the last sentence. See you all next Sunday. Bye.